Hi there. You remember me? I'm host Eric. We talked earlier. Um, Not really sure I really wanted to stream right now exactly, except what I realized was, Eric, you're you're just being a Freddy Betty. For what reason? You're heady petty. Anyway, I've been coming up with poll questions. I like to come up with poll questions, and not because I've realized now. Oh, you can schedule poll questions. So, I think it's possible I'm better at writing poll questions than most people. Uh, and I don't know if you can succeed independently just on the poll vector on YouTube, but yeah, I've got scheduled 5 polls, 8 hours apart, each one coming up. I like questions that are not really typology related at all. Although I have asked some typology ones. But like, you can only buy one at the store. Breakfast sausage, grapefruit juice, canned meat. Um, gluten-free wheat powder. Gluten-free wheat powder. Condensed yogurt. It's like condensed milk, but it's condensed from yogurt. How do you condense yogurt, you might say? Well, first you have to turn it into a gas, obviously. Once you've turned your yogurt into a gas, then you just turn down the temperature and you get yogurt dewdrops. You gather the dewdrops back together. And that's how you make condensed yogurt. What's the best product mixture? Yogurt and beans. That doesn't sound very appetizing. We're playing making up poll questions right now. So I'm going to put down here something pretty important. I'm going to put down here schedule post. And let's see what the last time was. This needs to be midnight on the 11th. Okay, so the question naturally is, which menu offering do you choose? At Creative Combos Diner. Beans, Beans and yogurt. Um, Peep-filled omelet. Omelette. Peeps and poached eggs, I should say. Lemongrass and lemongrass and jerked and clam juice and lemongrass and lemongrass and wild lemongrass and see what. Let me get rid of lemongrass. I'm gonna replace lemongrass with something else. If you have any suggestions, I know there's probably 2 people here. Yeah, worm hearts. People don't really eat worm hearts. Like 2 things that people do eat, but that don't normally go together. So, beef heart is a good idea. I think I'm going to go with beef heart for sure. Beef heart and it's beef heart and chicken hearts are a delicacy. Where? Why? Who wants to eat that? Nobody does. How about tripe and poi? Tripe and poi is a pretty good combo. Poi and anything is going to be disgusting. But poi and menudo. Just get that combo. Mustard milkshake. Mustard and ham milkshake. Cottage cheese and gravel. The gravel's not edible, Eric. You can't eat that. Cottage cheese and rocks. Cottage cheese and unshelled walnuts. Unshellable walnuts. Cottage cheese and let's see. Cottage cheese and cottage cheese goes with everything, huh? Cottage cheese and fish oil. That's a pretty good poll. What menu offering do you choose at Creative Combos Diner? What do you order at your BFF's new restaurant? At the opening of. What's the opening of your BFF's Creative? It's your BFF's Creative Combos Diner. It's opening night. For your BFF's Creative Combos Diner. Here, your choices are you've gone to dine. You've been here's your menu. You're at opening night. You're eating at your BFF's Creative Combos Diner for the first time. They await your order expectantly. Change it to you eat. See, the thing is about writing a poll question, it's actually quite you eat. You eat. You visit your BFFs. New Creative Combos Diner. They await your order expectantly. See, that's good. That's a good way to put it. See, because you really have to be very careful with the phrasing on these things. You want to try to keep it as lean as possible, you know? Sometimes you need to tell a little story, though, too. Right. Your first visit to BFF's new, that's a little leaner. Your first visit to BFF's Creative Combo Diner. How about you give it the new, right? All right, that was scheduled for March 11th, 12 a.m. It's good. And I've got 6 scheduled. What do you think about that? There's 3 people here. Spicy Mexican bean dish with cottage cheese. I think cottage cheese goes well with that. That's why I put cottage cheese with fish oil instead, you know? Are you proud? What type is most fabulous? I mean, the thing is, I would guess, should plants flower by themselves or should we induce it? Should we regulate plant reproduction? Yes. Regulate the bees. Yes, regulate the plants. Yes, regulate both. Or no, put both parties on probation, you know, and see if they improve. I like that idea. How should we regulate? What should we do about currently unregulated plant reproduction? Regulate the bees, regulate the plants, regulate both. Abolish plant reproduction, or require extensive licensing before plants can be reproduced. No. Let it go. Are you proud? What? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm ideating right now. I'm trying to come up with good poll questions. I'd like them to publish every 8 hours. Thing is, I can make a poll question pretty quick, right? So I could spend it one night pounding out poll questions and schedule 20 of them every 8 hours. And then, who knows what's going to happen with what YouTube's going to do with my polls it's so easy to schedule, that's the thing. What am I supposed to let go? The bees? The trees? Lauren Cuthbert. Good morning, Chuck. How did you know my real name was Chuck? I don't think I've ever told anybody that. My actual name on my birth certificate is Chuck Eric Strauss, with the Eric part silent. So it's actually pronounced Chuck originally. I made an executive decision to make the Chuck part silent. That's why they call me Eric now. Chuck Eric. Which is the most important event? Festival of Books. Opportunity to visit a city council meeting. What's the most important activity to attend? It's a good question. So, okay, I'm going to go right now and pull this bad boy out into a separate window so I can see both the chat and the meow, right? So that everyone can help me with this. Pretty important stuff. Schedule a post for the 11th at 8 a.m. Okay. And it's going to be a poll. So I think we'll start with how could we address how should we address? Get away. Get away. Possum. No possums allowed. God. I don't like you. Get away. If you want some food, I'll feed some cat food. Possum. Ew, I hate possums. You know why? Because they're gross. That's what they are. G-R-O. Gross. They're gross and possumy. Here you go, possum. Eat the cat food. Don't knock the trash over. I know. What should you name your racehorse? I read this really funny joke in this racehorse naming article today. Talk about racehorse names and said, These aren't normally the kind of names we have for a pet. Imagine going to the dog park and calling promises fulfilled. Made me laugh. What's the best example of flirty talk? Another one. Like it's a decent question, How should we address that was a good bone rip. Okay. How should we address the Wild West of plant reproduction? Regulate the bees. Regulate the plants. Regulate both. Include plants under the jurisdiction task the Bureau of Indian Affairs with have the Bureau of Indian Affairs declare plants have the Bureau of Indian Affairs deem plants a tribe. Lock down both plants and bees until there's a vaccine. This is a good one. How should we address the Wild West of unsupervised plant reproduction? Regulate the bees, regulate the plants, regulate both, have the Bureau of Indian Affairs deem plants a tribe, or lock down both plants and bees until there's a vaccine? Excellent question. I think that's a question anybody's going to want to answer. It's a hot button topic. Okay. Is there a correlation between functions and patriotism? I mean, no. The thing is, patriotism, look, when you hear me use the word patriotism, what I'm trying to do is give people an alternate winning set of pairs of words, basically. So it's difficult to, it's somewhat more difficult, although a good strategy nevertheless, to out agenda the agenda person. In other words, to somehow make it such that the best way to adhere to their agenda is to agree with what you're saying. But that's not always possible. When I appeal to patriotism, I'm going on offense and saying, basically, you need to put the country first rather than your agenda testing, 81% fascist. What does that mean, even? That you want the government and corporations to work in close connection with one another in order to, I guess, sort of tries a meta or a broader combo layered oligarchy of military industrial complex that thrives on the unity of us versus them. So it's like if the United States were currently indulged in us versus them against our real enemies, we wouldn't be indulging in us versus them against each other. Us versus them regarding China makes some sense. Us versus them regarding the DPRK makes some sense. Us versus them because your same regular American life in that state goes along with agenda testing this way, and the same exact American life in that state goes along with agenda testing the other way. The thing to remember is it's not always the case that when there's a division, it's just an illusion. During the Civil War, it was not just an illusion. It was a culmination of too much cognitive dissonance over time, basically. The United States didn't like, in general, the obvious contradictions in the words that purported to be the values of the country and to whom those standards were afforded, you know? The thing is, Civil War was, people will say, well, it wasn't just about slavery, but it really was just about slavery. It's like, that's what it boiled down to. It was my butt enslaving your mind with its sounds. So the thing is, historically, that's the way to bring the country together, right? Go to war. Then you have an enemy you all agree upon. That's them. We don't have time to squabble amongst ourselves because the enemy is the they. We have to squabble against them. Well, obviously, that's not a good way to resolve the polarization, political divide, left-right shit. Alternating periods of outrage and Schadenfreude, depending on your team. That's all got to go, obviously. And I mean, that needs to be, when people are embarrassed to act so childishly about politics and affirmed for acting like grown-ups, when childish political talk becomes as scarlet a letter as racism, then we'll be getting somewhere. Good morning, Bobby's son. Horsepower, that's a fine metric. A non-cheese eating people is not a people that is born of a trustworthy food base. That makes me think of possibly a poll. Favorite weed strain name? Sure. You can put the link, like put spaces in it so that and I'll make it into a regular link. Or just tell me what to search where or something. If I have to work hard now, I don't mind looking at stuff people make though. I'm Jim. No, I don't trust you. And I don't want to look at it that badly. Okay, what am I doing? Schedule a poll. Let's see. Here's what I want to ask. Who is the most notorious TWF peer? Okay, let me put on headphones so I can still talk to you while listening to it. Headphones? Are you going to put on headphones? Yes, headphones. Are you sure? Yes. Do you know what they are? Yes, I know what they are. Are they headphones? Indeed, they are headphones. And you're going to put them on? Yep. Why? To hear things through with my hearing parts. Those kind of wrinkly cups on the side of my head. Okay, now I'm going to copy this link address. I'm going to open this meow. I'm going to put the meow. Get rid of the studio. Studio by L'Oreal. Okay, next I'm going to check to see what this is saying here. Well, the thing is, as of the last, I don't know, 4 or 6 months or whatever, cloud would qualify probably as the most notorious. But if you go back a little further, we have, you put Queen's Gambit in there. You could put some Spied Monkeys in there, Riccio Loins. You could go way back, but nobody would vote for it. You could go Courtney or Chloe. But people now don't really know those people probably, so they probably weren't around when that was happening. Okay, so what am I doing right now? I'm making a poll. No, I'm not. I'm watching that video. And I'm giving feedback on it. I guess my headphones aren't adequately plugged in. Let me begin with, if I make a video about this, will you copyright me? Right? Get me? I'll make a response video. Or is it cool? Or is it cool? Or is it cool? Or is it cool? All right, I'm going to open up this other thing. Dick Van Dyke talks openly about his alcoholism. I had no idea Dick Van Dyke was an alcoholic. Who knew? Well, I'm live streaming right now, but I decided to make a video in the process of live streaming, and I'm going to make a response to this. Before someone asked me to watch it. Okay, well, the thing is, the object that I'm going to make the video, I have to start it over somewhat. Okay, well, actually, I can start right here. I can continue. I didn't realize. I just realized when you said that though that I actually didn't have the desktop audio set to the right setting. So I'm going to stop this recording and start it over. But I can't let you hear it probably. I mean, I might be able to. Yeah, it only has 17 subscribers and 7 views. It's probably fine. All right, I'll you know what? Just let me do this. Let me just do this the way I want to do it. Sorry. Hi, I'm your host Eric, Coach talking from people. This land is your land. This land is my land. I'm making a response video to Zero Sum Games. Zero Sum Games Mask Unity video, and I can say right off the bat, having watched some of it already, I like his approach, which is to begin by acknowledging that there's been, the people who question masks in some way feel as though they've been shoved down their throats, right? So he's doing some FE work, you could say, or FI work that he's saying at least, I said probably not. So I said the probably. I couldn't sleep, Anyway, I like his tone. He seems very reasonable, and he's making some points about masks currently, and I'm gonna let him continue his argument for a little bit longer what he's pointed out so far basically is, what he's established is that essentially that it takes both people wearing masks to successfully shut down the risk of the virus being transmitted, assuming one of the two people is sick. Okay, so let's continue. Okay, so what he's establishing so far is that masks work, that they shut down, by and large, the transmission of COVID. And what he's doing right now is answering, I guess, objections people have made about whether or not they work. So I personally am not, my argument's never been predicated upon their effectiveness. I have said at some point in the past that I haven't seen any evidence about it at all, but I'm assuming it makes sense that they work. It intuitively makes sense. But I would also point out that he's answering questions here, or answering rebuttals against masks that are related to like particle size and stuff. Again, all those things are made moot by resolution of the question, do masks work? I don't think anybody disputes the fact that two people wearing masks have if one of them has COVID, that has a much lower % chance of passing it on to each other in that immediate interaction than people without masks. I mean, does anybody dispute that? I don't think anybody really disputes that. So I'm not sure who's making that argument exactly, but let's see what else he has to say. Okay. So the amount of attention he directed towards the alternative perspective was that he understood the feelings of people who don't like to be forced to do things and who feel as though their rights are being violated. Okay, but none of those things are relevant to anything. So you can understand those as much as you want, and that doesn't help you understand anything. We'll get to the reasons in a bit here. Let's just see what else you provide. Okay, so there's not really any argument there at all. The problem here is this. He's ignoring all the salient issues. So salient issues are as follows. Number one, have we talked about the possibility of letting it run its course? Okay. So what would happen if it just ran its course? Now, if you say, well, people will die, I would say in every previous instance regarding virally transmitted diseases, with a couple of exceptions in the past, we've let it run its course and people have died. So you're suggesting that an entirely new frame of reference be applied, right? That we never consider the possibility of letting a disease run its course. Now, this is a disease with well below 1% fatality rate, and equivalent fatality rates have vastly disproportionate responses. Do you know that 700,000 people last year died of AIDS? Despite the fact that it's treatment drugs, the treatment drugs aren't good enough. By your reasoning, we all have an obligation. We all do. To wear condoms and vaginal condoms, because even if we recently got tested, and we think we're clean, we have no reason to believe we're sick, we have a positive obligation to prevent even the possibility of doing harm with sickness we don't know about. If that's the new norm, you know what? We better make sex illegal until we have a vaccine for AIDS and every other venereal disease. Anything that kills anybody now. Like, what's the death rate on the freeways? Why didn't that justify shutting down the freeways until we resolved it? So, in other words, you've begun the question well after not doing the necessary pre-work. The necessary pre-work is to say, what are equivalents? If this is a unique case and we need to take a uniquely strong response to it, what elements of it make it unique? Now, there needs to be another factor. Let's look at the vectors of this disease and determine whether we can meaningfully slow its progress at a cost to our life, way of living, well-being, people's livelihoods, people's lives. I mean, everybody's lives got shut down, and there's hundreds of millions of small businesses that some of them longtime family restaurant businesses and stuff, that it was said early on, we will sacrifice your lives, your well-being, your family, everything you built for fear for fear of a disease with a less than 1% fatality rate, but that's highly contagious. So the question really is, what would happen if we just let it run its course? How many more deaths would there have been? And what are all the costs associated with that? Besides deaths, there's other costs when people die besides just the fact that you've lost a life. But also be responsible, determine the total costs, both to individuals, society as a whole, from these kind of this frame of reference. So it's not really the mask wearing that matters so much. It's the frame of reference. It's one thing to put a positive onus on an individual to wear a mask when they're sick. It's another thing to put a positive onus on an individual to wear a mask when they're not sick or have no reason to believe themselves to be sick. It's still a third thing to put an onus on a person to wear a mask when they know they're not sick. In other words, you're making it illegal for them to take a chance at getting sick. Now, we can't presume that if they do get sick, they won't immediately quarantine themselves and do everything possible to prevent others from getting sick. We can't even presume that they don't get tested every day, right? Here's the problem. You're not dealing with the issue like an adult. An adult deals with this issue by saying, what's required to make a grand outside and stuff, but what I see is the following. I see masks that are worn like this with the nose exposed. I see people pull down their mask briefly to explain what they mean to people, because not only do they have a mask on, now they have plexiglass up there. Nobody can fucking hear anybody. And so people are constantly pulling down their masks so they can see what they're saying, If you watch sporting events, it's theater. You see the players on the field, like in a football game, blocking each other, up in each other's face, and then they go to the sideline and put a mask on. It's just theater. You see coaches with their mask go up to the player. He can't hear him. He pulls the mask down and screams in his face and then puts the mask back on. It's just theater. You can entreat that everybody have the same level of enthusiasm for this proactive, positive moral indication that you do. You can wish that were the case. And the reality is it's not. So the reality is, hi, Joe. The reality is you are telling everybody you've got some sort of moral obligation to participate in something that's guaranteed to fail. So my basic position is, if we had done nothing with this virus, we'd have the same amount of deaths. That, in fact, the virus was more contagious than they said. There's a lot of speculation that ran all the way through California before California began any lockdowns. I probably had it twice. I don't know. So it's important that we be adults, right? Okay, there's a new virus, a novel virus. That's scary. It's highly contagious. We have no immunity to it. And it's got a less than 1% fatality rate. And blessedly, we have a large percentage of the population that experiences little to no symptoms from it. So what do we do? If you're going to shut down the economy, it costs $1 trillion or something, or the, however many trillions and trillions of dollars, or not shut down the economy, but incur more COVID spreading, how many additional lives would you say save? But if none of us wore masks, how many more people would die? I mean, I'm not sure. More people would get COVID, probably. Some more people would die, probably. But that's difficult to tell, you know? It's like there's a lot of uncertainty out there about exactly when this virus is spread, where it's spread. Now, you talk about the vaccine. I just read an article the other day that said there are 2 new strains that appear to be virus resistant. And it may have been, it may be an inherently lost battle. This is, after all, coronavirus, which means it's heretofore, throughout all scientific history, successfully resisted every attempt to make vaccines for it. Now, I said this right at the beginning. I said the best choice to do is to let it run its course. It doesn't sound like, if what they're saying about this virus is true, that any of these measures are going to work, and they're all going to do harm. So the problem is the kind of basic sort of appeal to decency that you do in this video. It is incredibly ironic because you didn't even have the decency to do a proper impact calculus before you made your decision about these things. You didn't even have the decency to look at multiple frames of reference and to understand that it sets precedent. You know, we used to have a right to assembly that we all understood could be temporarily suspended in states of emergency. Okay? When you have a state of emergency that stretches into 2 years, that qualifies as either extended martial law or the unwritten, unspoken, undiscussed addendum of a clause, asterisk, that says, except in cases where except when there's a virus going around. I mean, the thing is, the precedent we set, remember, nobody in the world is saying that people who want to take a lot of precautions to make sure they don't get COVID can't do that. Nobody's stopping you from going out in a astronaut helmet and suit with an air supply and making sure you have 0 chance of coming into contact with any COVID. No one's stopping you from doing that. Now, look, I don't care a great deal about the mask. It's annoying. It's infinitely minor compared to the really sad disillusion of thought, really sad kind of like earnest, hopeful, mindless, unpatriotic failure to think well about politics and public policy. We need, for public policy, because it applies to everybody, for a basic rule of reciprocal burdens to apply, which means if the reasoning you're using for this justifies the outcomes and the conclusions that you're drawing, then I can use the same reasoning to justify things too. And now all of a sudden, we make everything in the world illegal until we have a cure for it, right? Note, what are some of the things that get sacrificed in this mad dash to prioritize COVID prevention as the dominant frame? When you're making this video, you're still prioritizing COVID prevention as the dominant frame and the unquestioned frame without ever having asked the question, what happens if it runs its course? What are the total net outcomes? Are there more harms or benefits if we do something about it? And if so, what kind of things ought we do about it? What can we reasonably expect? So given what we knew about COVID, could we reasonably expect that shutting down everything but grocery stores was going to shut down COVID? If so, why do we still have 500,000 deaths? If it were going to cause so many more deaths without that lockdown, how many more? There's no way to establish that. So you're really I want you to go door to door and say to the restaurants that are still closed in Los Angeles County, look, I know that the same reasoning behind the masks is the reason why you can't be open, restaurants. And I know this is your family legacy, and your family has built this up over generations, and being forced to sit idle for coming up on, a solid year, and definitely looking on into the future as they keep developing these new strains that the vaccine doesn't work on. And the only conclusion people say is be prepared for more lockdowns when they have news like, it looks like these strains are going to exceed the vaccine, you're going to outsmart the vaccine or whatever, afford more lockdowns. Well, I want you to go to that family and you to demand the deed to their house and you to demand the keys to their restaurant and you to sell them and you to use that money to pay off the debt to the IRS and stuff and you to evict them from their house. I want you to do those jobs. Because, after all, by your reasoning, sit-down restaurants still need to stay closed. Every sit-down restaurant in the country needs to stay closed because it's not safe for people to sit in restaurants near each other without masks on. So you be responsible then for informing all the people whose lives you're ruining. And, make sure you can prove to them that, in fact, a substantial greater number of deaths is going to go along with this lack of COVID prevention, and that it's worth it, right? You need to be able to, you must have a lot of really, really strong evidence that lets you be very empirical about without these restaurant lockdowns, we'd see 300,000 corpses piled in the streets, right? Because if it's just speculative, the harms aren't. Those bankrupt families, it took years. What takes years to build can take minutes to destroy. Even if something's extremely well built, if you try to destroy it for a year straight, not much things are going to last, And those people's lives are dramatically, dramatically harmed. And you're choosing to do that. So, I appreciate your earnestness. And I genuinely hope that to see a video from you coming up soon that says, I was wrong because you are. The end. It's a good video. No, I'm not turning it up right now. I'm thirsty though. I gotta get some beverage. I think we're gonna have intermission. Can you hold on? What time is it? 3:30? I believe that's known as the lunch hour. Night shift lunch hour. Party berries to the west right now. Everybody knows the game she plays. Your place, be the best. Pound your chest, shake the rust. Press the roof to stay concrete enough. Moves are true, intuitive, pure, of hard, quick of feet. The peerage of the party, run off to the east, run off to the east, run off to the east again. Party peerage to the west right now. Everybody knows the game she plays. Well, his name is Sir Ron Johnson, and he's a big fan of the great Charles Bronson. Illusion in the summertime, he's got a group of Kruger brands in his house. Golden Bookies, man, he's South African, the guy who comes up to her and says, "Is that fur wet? It's clearly cashmere." It's wrong. Oh, it's wrong. RONALD. RONCHONCHON. Ron, no, Ron Johnson is his name, then. Everywhere he goes, Ronald knows that those he meets hate to see him go. They hate to see him gone. He's the only son of Donald Ron Johnson. Ronald's not a Dave nor Juan, so Donald never treats Ron as a pawn after all. Well, Ronald Ron Johnson is Donald Ron Johnson, Ronald's son. Who is the man who comes up to me, asks if I see, and there's nothing to see? Who is the fella who comes up to me? Hits her with a pillow, casually. Ron. Out of rock, rock and roll, bring around those heavy chords. Show me how to be so hard. Took the 19 play for God of rock. You got so hard, I don't know what about. Listening to that yelling country shot. When I should know rock, rock. After all your talking, talk to the very rockin' it. Gotta rock, gotta roll. Roll your pancakes on my trunk. Oh, rock your uncle up too much wine. Oh, rock those pancakes for your lunch. And oh, roll up in front of you in line. I'm a gotta rock, like a rock, like a rock, like separate the Lord to rock. I got no so you voodoo to rock. I know that you do not rock. So I just rock it every night. After all your talking, talk to the very pocket. Gotta rock, gotta roll all night. I rock all day. When you yourself like everything. Have your brush, I'll let you rock. I rock and roll, blow your mind. I rock your emotions, my day is mine. I walk and play games on my job. I'm gonna walk for your lunch. God of rock, a rock and shock. A rockin' flock of rockin' blocks, I pray the Lord to rock a lot. I am the God of rock. Just like the storm, never be touched. After I get down, the rockin' is Once I was asked long ago by some grown-up folks who just wanted to know what job did I want once I did grow up. Did I want to be a dentist?
I'd like to be a rapping man. Stand on the stage, rapping some fans. Dancing, stamping, clapping their hands and proclaiming their devotion to the strapping man.
Years later, are you ever going to grow up? Maybe do the adult thing. But jobs and work and occupation, office, vocation, labor, bring home the bacon.
I'd like to make something appealing, but I have to admit I've got a very low ceiling. My desired field of work endeavor, making rap verses for pleasure.
I'm seated, I'm humble, I'm not a star. I can't self-deprecate like.
If Jesus was people but absent of sin, he must then have struggled with regular men and women, of course, when they too were present. Disciples all warily eyeing the lesson. Easy believing forever is lost. Maybe naive is not to be saved, but the wise pay a terrible cost. If people were Jesus, they'd know what they think, and everyone's work would be true. And feelings once spoken would sit where they sing. We'd all know just what to do. People like Jesus, once they're betrayed, easy believing forever is lost. Maybe naive is not to be saved, but the wise pay a terrible cost.
No one you thought you knew acts like you never have met. The life you made for two has faded into regret.
No one unshaken, we all have been shook, but being forsaken don't mean you're forsook. Though in the past you've been hung out to dry, we'll find them at last, we just have to try. People like Jesus, once they're betrayed, easy believing forever is lost. Maybe naive is not to be saved, but the wise pay a terrible cost. Maybe naive is not to be saved, but the wise pay a terrible cost.
Once I was asked long ago by some
Again?
grown-up folks who just wanted to know what.
Didn't I already skip you once? Electra, goddess of the night, heathen of electric light. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Okay. Can you believe that shit, huh? She just doesn't want to be subjected to any scrutiny. She thinks that people questioning your conclusions mean wrong people are polluting my truth. Stop polluting my truth. I should tune with a tuner. Just like my old relative Toonie Lunar, who always tuned everything with a tuner.
Masculinity, schmunity, penity. No, that's not a good thing. Oh, yeah. Let me just cancel this and close this. And close this. Oh, Meghan Markle. You know, Meghan Markle is 95% schmegma sparkle. It's true. That's mostly what she's made out of. She's mostly schmegma sparkle. I got it same with the tuner. I already concluded that, but here I am not doing it still. These are the mysteries of the ways of time. Tuner. Meow. Okay, go. Hurry up. Next one. Like 2 times. Next. Okay. That song was called Guitar Tune. Variations on Guitar Tune. Well, it sounds in tune. It's funny how I can't tune this guitar without using a tuner. It doesn't tune with relative tuning. I don't know why. Sure, it's something that you can do. You're mine if I want it. I'm yours if I want that too. I wanna be wanted. Not sure it's something that you can do. You said, I told you, whatever you said. mine if I want it. I'm yours if I want that too. You're mine. You're mine if I want it. I'm yours if I want that too. I wanna be wanted. Not sure it's something that you can do. You said, you told me, whatever you said, I knew those words might reverberate in my head. But you're mine if I want it. I'm yours if I want that too. I wanna be wanted. Not sure it's something that you can do. 1989, I was 18, you were 16, you were looking fine. I was 18, you were 16, you were looking fine. That's the beginning verse part two. You know, it goes like that. So it's the same part of the guitar, but it has a different melody. You can't sing it really over the guitar part. 1989, I was 18, you were 16, you were 16, I was 18, you were looking fine, looking fine. I don't know. I'll work on it later. Clonopin and Adderall. I'm not feeling too small. I'm neither feeling too tall or wide. Clonopin and Adderall. Meant for each other like fall and Thanksgiving. A very chill Thanksgiving. Got to be careful with that, 'cause there's such a spectacular match, and I know better than to get into those until when the time is right. Yeah, it's gonna pin and adder all night. Then we're all sure to have a super, super chill time. That was a pretty good freestyle right there. That was a pretty good freestyle. Nizen, dizen, dizenhout in the risen route. If you know what a mizzen mount. If you don't, then you're eating too many scones. Stop eating so many scones before you ruin the live stream. It's something that a lot of people say. If you're here and you're thinking, Eric, why am I here? What are you doing? What is the point of this thing? The point is that I am just chilling. Okay, so don't yell at me for being boring. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to get at. Playing prevent defense. What's that button do? What's that button do? What's that button do is an important question that gets asked all too infrequently. I think we can all agree about that. Hey, I mean, like, are you sure you're asking the question often enough yourself? Are you often enough asking yourself, hey, what's that button do? I'm not convinced you are. Just listen. I just said. What did I just say, Sky Gear? Listen up, I'm just trying to chill. Please don't yell at me for being boring. I'm telling stories that have neither plot nor characters. Seems almost impossible. Sometimes I'm boring and the people come and yell at me and say, hey, now you're boring. And I suck here in shame, and I feel lame, like, ah! And what do you know? Then I fail. Yes, failure is a friend. I met at summer camp when I face dived into the street. I've been with him ever since then, feeling and everything from heat to heat. But wheat is the strength of mine, and so is standing in line. And I'm also pretty good at music, but I can see right through the veil of ignorance that lives inside the thing you only can be. I see what the problem is. You're not pointing the mic in the right direction. Early in the morning, it's time for jazz. Jazzy jazz, jazz, jazz. Jazz, 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 jazz. Just pick any random 3 frets. Jazz, jazz. Oh, jazz, jazz. Let's play jazz, jazz. Jazz, jazz is like regular jazz, except it's more jazzy. It's even more jazzy than regular jazz. Because regular jazz is not really jazzy enough. Stop jazzing up the stew, some people will say. What am I doing? I'm just screwing around, playing the guitar. So don't yell at me for B and boring C, because I'm not trying to be a star. I'm just hanging and I'm just chilling, enjoying myself today. I've decided that I'm feeling perfectly okay. You could stay here too if you like. Listen to me do this. But I wouldn't be surprised if you decided not to do this. That would also be okay. You won't hurt my feelings if you go away. Because I understand nobody likes improvisational anything. With good cause. Okay, we get it. You get your little trick, Eric. Any more tricks? No, can you play a real song? No, not one of yours, a cover. All right. All right, fine. God, you get such a big head, Eric. You really need to learn your place. Thank you. I love learning my place. Somebody came in the other day. I'm like, the first thing they said just out of the blue was, "You're a bad guitarist." I'm like, oh. Like, really? Are you sure you think that completely? Because maybe give me a second here, buddy. I'm just warming up. Fucking people, I tell you. Aren't people funny? They're funny. Have you ever noticed? Isn't it weird? Here we go. Some folk call me a rambling man, cause I do a lot of thumbing and a kicking can. And won't do an answer good to call me name. Daddy was a willie woodoo. I wasn't born and raised in no ghetto. Used to wipe old looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, no want any part of anything they giving. I'm proud of why I think I was on the thing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hear me. And used to wipe old looking for a place to do my thing. I remember what comes after the first part of this. I'm gonna find me a wealthy woman in a line of work. Don't take no plumber. I ain't got much to lose, but lost the game. You might call me a good time fella, but I ain't no black and I ain't no yellow. I'm a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't need no handout living, no part of anything they giving. I'm proud of mine, I got my song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta homemade get nothing. If you want to get ahead, you gotta home and get it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta home and get it. I'm a walk boy looking for a place to do my thing. Small town boy, beard and ready. I gotta work just to be somebody. I'm bam, bam, down. I'm born, been around a little. I like guitar and I like the fiddle, cause that's the kind of soul that's fan my playing. Blue-eyed Billy, beard and ready. I gotta work just to be somebody. I'm a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Well, I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they giving. I'm proud and white and I've got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta home and get it. I'm a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I'm a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Scotty here, see you later. I want you to try to seek out some churros today. Okay? See if you can find some churros. Perhaps they've got a sale on churros at the churro store. Check there first. It's good advice, you know. Ooh la la la, ooh la 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 la, ooh la 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 la. Well, let me tell you this, a tiny man, 660. His friends and family, they come outside, their arms are folded, and you're getting scolded for playing again. I wanna be as much as I can in terms of the man you want me to be. I gotta do what I got to do. I'll include you in everything that I can. 'Cause I'm your man, and you're my girl. I'm my woman in the world. You are the one I will be with till my dying day. I want your belief. You want my attention. I got attention on you. And I'd like to be as much as I can in terms of the man everyone wants me to be. But Kimberly, I can't be mad at me, 'cause I made this song. Oh, I'm a man, and you're my girl. I'm my woman in the world. You are the one I will be with till my dying day. I'm your man, and you're my girl. I'm my woman in the world. You're the one I will be with till my dying day. Oh, yeah. That's called a full frontal assault of sensuality. What do we have next? The magic of wonderfulness. This is the magic of wonderfulness. It is a wonderful time. This is the magic of wonderfulness. Wonderful, wonderful time. What was I thinking about earlier that I wanted to do on the guitar? Oh, right, that thing. I wanted to try to figure out how to sing this song. I could just go, you know. I could just probably just do something straight. 1989. It goes like that, right? 1989. You mind if I want it? I'm yours if you want that too. I wanna be wanted. Something I think that you can do. I'm yours if I want it. You're mine if I want it to. I wanna be wanted. I'm sure it's something that you can do. I said, you told me. I said, you told me. Whatever you said. You said words back in my head. But you mind if I I want it. I'm yours if I want that too. I wanna be wanted. But there is something that you can do. I said, that's it. You said, I told me. Whatever you said, your words bounce around my head. But you're mine if I want it. I'm yours if I want that too. But I want to be wanted. But I want to be wanted. But I want to be wanted. There's something that you can do. Hard to play. I want to practice it again. I know you're saying, but Eric, this is super boring for everybody. That's why I said, don't yell at me for being boring. I can hear your screams. I'm not even reading the words. I can just tell they're screaming at me. Stop screaming in my ear to be less boring. I need to practice this song. 1989, I was 16. 1989, she was 16, I was 18. She was looking fine, looking fine. 1989, I was 18. She was 16. She was looking fine. You're mine if I want it. I'm yours if I want that too. I wanna be wanted. That's something that sure you can do. You said, you told me, whatever you said. I'm sure those words bounce around in my head. I'm yours if I want it. You're mine if I want that too. But I wanna be wanted. Not sure it's something that you can do. You said, you told me, whatever you said. You said those words would bounce around in my head. You're mine if I want it. I'm yours if I want that too. I wanna be wanted. Not sure it's something that you can do. If I get it down and maybe add a little bridge or something, it's a pretty good song, I think, in there. I just gotta get the lyrics. It gets confusing because I gotta put the me, you, her, like you, hers, and I get, you know what I'm saying. A lot of you, hers in there. A whole lot of you, hers per square yard. That's a lot of you, hers per square yard. I don't know what to do with my card now that it has so many you, hers on it. How many you, hers? Good question, Eric. You ask the tough questions. long time ago in my 20s, I was in a band. We played a song that had this riff in it, and it said, back in my 20s, I had a song, and I was in a band that made songs that were referential, circumferential, and defensial, yeah. I'm gonna play this one more time. Back in my 20s, I was playing in a band. You used this riff for one of its songs, and it was a pretty good song, I suppose. But I slowly riff and changed it up in this way, and though it may not be quite the same, I think it's kinda dirt my name. Nevertheless, less E. Of course, good old E. Don't always rely on E. It's the rock, paper, scissors, of course. Try this freestyle idea again. Let's try it again. Let's try it again. Let's try it again. Try again, Jen. Let's try it again. Try again, Jen. You try again, Jen. Try again. Try again. Here we go. Try again, Jim. Gonna try again, Jim. Gonna try again. Here we go. Gonna try again. Back in my 20s, I was in a band that had a song built around this riff. That song was pretty good, although it was kinda stinky in our execution of it. The melody was different than this one here, but not dramatically so. It kind of had similarities that still show. Back in my 20s, I was in a band that played a song built around this riff. I like the song fairly well, I guess, but I wouldn't say that I ever loved it. This tweakage here seems slightly an improvement. I can't require it to do something that new though. It still has a solo song I wrote before, and that just sounds okay because I am not afraid to whore myself musically like that. Don't forget you're going to go back to the day when you want to resolve next time, so that you don't have that extra chord in there that breaks up the line. Well, back in my 20s, I played a song in a band that was built around this riff that I'm now picking with my hand. It was different, I'm sure, from this song indeed, but nevertheless, it had approximately the same speed and tempo, the same kind of riffs. The vocals were the parts that were mostly the difference. But I have also added this chord right here when I go down to there and make it go up right there. When I say, hey, now let's go back over here. When I then go down to there and it sounds kind of weird. And I go back to there and I say to my dear, by going finally back to the place where it should be. Though slightly too late to claim to have safety, you see. I don't have enough oxygen in my body. Oxygen deprivation is the number one killer of people who don't breathe. True story. And that's a very true story. What was I going to play? What a crazy place this is. We are hanging out around. I feel like I live up there in the pushing that not on the ground. All the stuff that happened, all the excitement, the drama, and sometimes better than that, something kind of spectacular, in fact, can happen every once and again. If you look for a win. We need to see, we need to hear, we need to pen happenings down by our means to judge a logic to life we're divisively alike and from which we'll rarely budge. People everywhere gather up enemies, outraged at how they miss a sign. How do they set their priorities? These foreign, backstabbing entities into win, heartache and misery, follow necessarily from their savage ways. Insulting directories and call destruction of the whole damn world. Judy shares now her limits. Hoping Julie will too. Jerry shares for 4 minutes. Just can't share things like they do. She forgot about shit and although she ever called that she will die. She forgot that she should have bought when she had a chance to buy. People everywhere gather up enemies, outraged at how they miss the sign. How do they bet their priorities? These foreign backstabbing entities into win, heartache and misery, follow necessarily from their savage ways. Insulting, caution, and Desiree, we're stuck in such petty larceny. All partition the rectories we call it destruction of the whole damn world. Boom. With a capital BOOM. What you doing, Eric? Playing the guitar. You know why? I have an important message to share. What is it? It's road navigational advice. Every life lived reaches a time when the road splits in two. When I'm there, will there be anybody else around? Will I travel all alone? That's when I look for my sack full of solvency and that satchel. I cannot remember the last time I fucked that song up like that. Boy, I've played that song a million times. Just goes to show you, right? I'll play it. Let's start the second verse. Every life lived reaches an end when the road disappears. When I'm there, will there be anybody else around? Or will I travel all alone? So when I look for a sacrifice solvency, a satchel of helpful goods, satchel of helpful goods, satchel of helpful goods, satchel of helpful goods, satchel of helpful goods for you. That's not really the word at the end. It doesn't say for you. I keep them all for myself. I've become a pretty good guitar player. Sometimes I think to myself, hey, you're pretty good at this. Sometimes I think to myself, man, you suck ass. It really depends on the moment. When I was younger, it seemed that everything gleamed. I don't know what happened to me if I lost that sense of urgency, and I don't think that I'll ever see it again. If you follow my lead, you'll discover I'm loster than you, and you'll want to know the way to get back out to wherever it was you thought you knew. And tomorrow will be just like today. I'll be lost then too. It's a matter of mood as much as a matter of will. And the things I do and the direction I point to still seem a part of me, though departedly. And I wonder if I'll ever see them again. Bum-ba-din-dum, ba-din-da-da-do, bum-ba-di-do, bo-ba-doo. Bo-ba-di-da, ba-di-da-da-do, bo-ba-di-da-do-da-do. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a plot. Gerald has a thought to get the margarine tater tots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business. Thinking now about what he'll call Christmas when they hire that firm to change his name. Gerald always thought there'd be chance enough to return to the work left rough. He'd get back to it eventually, but his visions piled up and his plans would interrupt all the work that started off so hopefully. Now his mind is back on his business, thinking of facing factless from business. Oh, how all the people will shout his name. And Gerald knows he understands ever more clearly now. He won't provide explanation regarding the why or the how. He'll see you and know you from inside your heart. Exciting, delighting, Gerald plays his part. But Gerald still knew there's too much to do, and he had dropped time in the underview. Too much to rebut, so where now and what? He brought time has a plot to get the margarine's tater tots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business, thinking now about what he'll call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald has a thought. A couple of little bumps in the road there, but not too bad. For a completely unknown rank amateur like myself. Not too bad. Maybe if people were expecting Al Jarreau, then they'd be surprised to see me, I guess. They'd say, hey, you're not Al Jarreau. I'd have to concede they were right about that. Naturally. I like to do everything naturally. Like, when I want to eat, I just get handfuls of dirt and twigs and rocks. That's real natural food. Santa Ana's from the east. Santa Ana's from the east are blowing, driving on the mountain fire. Grant and Lana had best be going. They cut it down to the wire. Everywhere apocalypse hung heavy, truck was piling up with ash. Lana got the dogs in the Chevy, and Grant counted out that petty cash. If lives are ending, then time is bending. Flames rain down from the sky. Well, the dogs knocked out with Grant exhausted. Lana stays awake to cry. 120 out but Labor Day, and that means cooking meat outdoors. I got distracted and fire got away. From Bradford to Arcadia, they curse his name. Fire chased them west and down the incline till they reached the foothills below. Found a room cheap for the night online. At least now they had someplace to go. Tomorrow they'd forget about their options now that their life had burned away. Lana's sister has a place in Laughlin. Wasn't really any more to say. If times are ending, then time is bending. Flames rain down from the sky. While the dogs knock out with Grant exhausted, Lana stays awake to cry. While the dogs knock out with Grant exhausted, Lana stays awake to cry. I should say that one for the last one. But what was my policy of ongoing failure? That wasn't going to happen. Sammy has a story that needs to be told, and this is a song for an open road. Such a thing must always do its job. She married up Jeff, turned 19, 4 years in and 3 kids. She's weary now and questioning the past. Agency out, paces discretion, locking in our courses. Way too young. The urgency conferred is really just depression, making sure those underneath them always run. Dug 25 bourbon fun, likewise dug 21 so fluent well in middle age. Once that seemed to set him free, became his whole identity. Talked about another drunken bridge. Agency out, paces discretion, locking in our courses. Way too young. The urgency conferred is really just depression. Offer you new incentives, but they haven't got a thing. It's fun. Everybody's panics about the kids. Lock 'em up with extra discipline. Mathematics to produce success, or impose more just duress. Agency outpaces discretion, locking in our courses way too young. The urgency convert is really just oppression, making sure those underneath them always run. Without consent, it's really just oppression. Parasites surviving on their wages earned by lying, while they feed the fear of dying. Yeah, they feed upon the futures of the young. $30,000 days, too many expectations, not even worth a damn. 30,000 nights to sleep off the intoxication, otherwise you won't escape the plan. I wasted half my days trying on others' ways. Who can tell me my priorities? Is there anybody knows the key? 'Cause I'm tired of doing it wrong. Want direction and have all along. Wait until I know. Or is that just hesitation? 'Cause clarity's no good once your chance is gone. What I need to show is a toll below my station. I'm tired of doing it wrong. I wasted half my days trying on others' ways. Who can tell me my priorities? Is there anybody knows the key? 'Cause I think I'm doing it wrong. Yeah, I think I'm doing it wrong. Yeah, I think doing it wrong. Doing wrong. And I'm wrong. Like so many things in my life. Too much noise. Too much noise in the data stream. Loud enough to disrupt everybody's dreams. Frustrations mean mistakes are made, until it seems everybody's throwing shade. I won't be another casualty of other people's well-intentioned rules. I used to think that some tomorrow there'd be time for yesterday. It's not the sort of thing that one can borrow. no one willing still to lend a day. Your uncertainties implicit are like an unexpected visit from a bunch of men all dressed in blue suits. I won't be another casualty. I should sing it down there probably, huh? Too much noise. It's so low. I need to have a capo. I've never used a capo in my whole life. So what are you going to do? Am I going to try using a capo now? It's like, that seems hard to learn how to use. I know, I just clamp it across the thing, but still, I don't like the idea of my fingers not having the usualness of the thing. I don't like unusual fingers. Amelia, go from that place, take on to you the details of your case. Amelia, when you rise up above, floating ahead and soaring like a dove, what will they say when they look at you then, moving sideways in the space you're in? They're in sideways with the thirsty grin. Amelia, can't you see? You and I will never be. Amelia, yet you're still free, with too much opportunity to leave out in the rain. Amelia, Amelia, we're watching you, fail for sure, no matter what we do. Amelia, when you rise up above, floating ahead and soaring like a dove, they say when they look at you then, moving sideways in the space you're in, staring sidelong with a thirsty grin. Amelia, can't you see? You and I will never be. Amelia, yet you're still free, with too much opportunity to leave out in the, too much opportunity to leave out in the, too much opportunity to leave out in the rain. Amelia. I think I'm running out of gas on the guitar. Probably don't feel like playing much. I think I have 2 more songs I want to play. I want to play What's the Big Problem? And I want to play I'm So Sad. You know. Big breath. Oh, that's right. Oh, he came here with her. And what's the big problem that you can't endure? It seems so sure you're not appropriate claiming to blame things outside, despite getting caught. He's got you reframing for him, training for him, going to the gym to make yourself good enough again. Yeah, you guys both have lots invested. That's not a reason to stay around. Through the years, you've both been tested. Time to move up and find how you came here with her. And what's the big problem that you can't endure? You seem so sure you're not appropriate claiming to blame things on Scott. Despite getting caught, he's got you refraining for him, straining for him, going to the gym to make yourself good enough again. Be done with him. Be done with him. I'm going to play the last song I'm going to play. Actually, I smoked a cigarette before I played. This is the very last song of all time. Yeah. Very last song that will ever be written of all time. It's the last song. I wrote the last one. Turns out there was a finite number of them out there. Oh, boy. I just sprinted here from Chicago, and boy, are my legs tired. It's not a bad comedy beginning. Something like, so I just flew in from Chicago, and boy, is my neck tired. I hate flying. So did you expect me to say arms? Cool. Thanks, Winston's mom. I think maybe leaf trimmer's name is a metaphor for someone who likes to cut pubic hairs off of people. His former name was like lawnmower or something, you know. Could be the case. Sure, if you got one. Yeah, absolutely. What you got? About herself. Thanks, Winston's mom. I really appreciate it. I was really gratified the other day when Chris Chapin sent me an email video of him correcting me on how to play Type Police. Because obviously he already had it figured out before I ever made that video. Like, he chose to figure it out on his own. That was flattering. Still waiting for other self to produce this purported poll question of his. I think maybe his ego was writing checks his mouth can't cash. Huh, other self. Huh. I'm right, huh? So right. You were so right, Eric. Again. I know, I can hardly believe it either. But yeah. It is kind of unbelievable. I know, right? You are so right. Ladies and gentlemen, does this guy ever cease to amaze? every once in a while. Well, oh, I see. I see other self. I mean, I'm not desperate for them or anything. I've got 7 of them scheduled in the can. So if you get a good idea for one, give it to me. And if it's a good idea, I'll use it. There's one I was thinking about doing earlier. You know, a question like you're stuck at the bottom of a cave with just one tool. Which do you choose? Candle, match, flashlight, battery, chapstick. Definitely choose the match, I guess. Or the battery if you want. It's like, what? You can get a candle with no match? You get a match with no candle? That's the funniest instance, Mom. They're all useless. You're stuck at the bottom of a cave with one tool. Can of cat food. Or frisbee. What other things? That's a good question. Queen Elizabeth, Prince Charles. That's a great question. Bobby's son. But did he come up with it? Oliver Linehan come up with it? That's a good question. In fact, I don't even schedule this one to put this one right now because it's timely. I've got a great answer. There's great answers for this one too. So it's going to be Queen Elizabeth, Prince Charles, Meghan Markle, Prince Harry, Oprah. Yeah, excellent. Excellent question. Important question. That is such a good question, I gotta say. I probably need to reschedule my 8 a.m. one though. Okay. Now, so I'm scheduling them, you see. I can schedule them so we can add as many as we want without overloading them, yeah. I only have 5 choices. All right, now I'm going to do the question I was going to do before. The very important question, which is you're stuck at the bottom of a cave with just one tool. What do you do? What do you choose? Okay, so you need to escape a dark cave. You have one tool. What are the tools we should put in the dark cave? I'm seeking input as to what tools should be put in the dark cave. Eric, name a thing. Incontinence. Not really, and here's why not. Because there's no place to put the story part. You have a very tight limit on characters for the questions and the options. So I guess you could use a poll in conjunction with just a regular post, and then do it like that. You could play choose your own adventure that way. Not a bad idea. Okay, a fern. A fern is a simple thing of herself. It doesn't even reproduce with its sexualness. It reproduces in some other fashion. I think it eats s'mores. That's how it reproduces, maybe. You know, I think ferns and creatures like that reproduce via s'mores. If I'm not mistaken. I guess if you eat enough s'mores, I mean, it's like there's not room to include both the narrative and the question. what next? I guess you could, if the question's always what next. That's, yeah, you could actually. You could do it. Okay. Happiness and success are wide words. Different people define success differently. All right. I define it in ways that I'm confident I can win. Like, who smokes the most bowls around here? Me. Well, actually, maybe Rachel. It depends. But we're a team, so we get our bowl smokings combined. I can win that for sure. I bet there's not a couple in America who smokes like a substantially larger amount of weed than we do. People don't want to answer that question. That question is for the enjoyment of the writer of the question. You know, people want to answer questions like, which ones were popular? In Soviet Russia forces you to devote your life to this Olympic event. That was a popular one. Interestingly, the MBTI ones are not notably any more popular than the other ones. In fact, probably a little bit less popular. So that's nice. I don't like having to do MBTI stuff. You know, because it's like I want to know, what should we have for the tools to get out of the cave? Inquiring Erics want to know. Okay, well, fine. I'll make them up myself then. Fine. If you don't want to play, then don't play. That's fine. Let's see. What are some good options for escaping a cave? A shovel. Not much use, but a little bit, right? A hammer. Bag of flour. A a, let's see. What's something that seems kind of useful at first, but probably not that useful? A rake. That's probably the best answer so far. Instead of a shovel in the first one, I'm going to make it a pickaxe. And I need to change hammer though. I'm going to put a box of matches containing 4 matches. Just a box containing 3 matches. It's redundant to say a box of 3 matches containing 3 matches. How about just a box of 3 matches? That's even better. Just 3 matches. Why even have a box of them, you know? 3 strike anywhere matches. Hatchet. Hatchet, 3 strike anywhere matches. Or there's 3 matches, strike anywhere. But what's the last one to be? Ball of yarn? Sounds good. There. That's how you escape the dark cave. With your butthole. I'm fond of this one. How should we address the wild west of unsupervised plant reproduction? Regulate the bees, regulate the plants, regulate both, have the Bureau of Indian Affairs deem plants a tribe, lock down both plants and bees until there's a vaccine. Those are your choices there. Some good polls coming up, let me tell you. It's going to be exciting for you poll lovers out there. Ooh, I'm not going to share them all ahead of time. They're not going to spoil the fun excitement, you know. What rhymes with yodel? Modal. As in a modal scale. Listen to my modal yodel. Like a jazzy country and western singing technique. A modal yodel. Sanky pinky. Okay. I'm gonna knock you out. Almost said knock you out. I'm almost gonna stop, but I kind of want to decide what I want to do next before I stop. I haven't really decided that yet. Should I go to? It's kind of a complicated night, you know. It's I stayed up all night. I didn't anticipate staying up all night. The weird thing is, it's not like I'm taking much amphetamines at all. I took my prescribed dose, 2 15s, at like 5 in the morning yesterday, you know? Model doesn't rhyme with yodel. Toodle doesn't rhyme with yodel either. No, I didn't sleep. I was busy. In the coal mines, as usual, digging the coal out of the ground by herself. I don't have time to yodel and sleep like you people in Europe do. Okay? I'm not able to take advantage of the European Bureau of Yodel subsidizing. Subsidize my yodel is a good command. Hey girl, you know you want to subsidize my yodel. Don't be like that. I can't afford this yodel without your subsidies, baby. Come on. I ain't saying it's a right, I'm saying it's an entitlement, baby. I'm entitled. Boy, I tell ya, there's one thing that is always a good idea. It's a new entitlement program. Don't you love entitlement programs? I do. Hi. I'm host Eric, of Talking with Fantasy People. Today we're talking about why entitlement programs are so good. First of all, they're wonderful. Second of all, they're fantastic. I like it. When my brain turns to poo and my mind turns to two and I start to go you, then perhaps I need sleep, or perhaps I eat peeps, or perhaps in a week or two you'll see that my knees are falling from my hips and wondering what that's that though. Eric, what's wrong with you? There's nothing wrong with your, come on. Let's knock that shit off now. There's definitely nothing wrong with me. Well, you don't seem too shook up about it. Okay, well, just because I'm not distressed, especially by it, doesn't mean I wouldn't like to know the identity. I still want the diagnosis. What's wrong with you, Eric? Well, it's a mystery. It's a mystery that will never be resolving, no matter how long me and Derek talk about it over there. Derek! Yeah? Hey, buddy. Sometimes it seems like you're the only one I can talk to, Derek. Tell me about it. Anyway, I'm having to deal with that asshole Boba Fett again. Him again? I told you to just put your foot down. Well, Derek, I'm not as tough as you. Oh, shit, Boba Fett, I didn't see you there. I'm sorry. Yeah, Derek's a lot handsomer than I am. But, you know, he spends a lot more time at the beauty parlor. I only spend about 30% of my day at the beauty parlor. This is my fatty fat. See it? Oh, you can't see it. This is my fatty fat. Oh, yeah, I'm a big fatty fat. Look at that fat. It's called plumping up. I'm plumping up just in time for the holidays. Which holidays? March Day, Tax Day, Cinco de April, all the holidays, all the big ones. Holidays in Cambodia. It's cheap, but it's not free. It's a holiday in Cambodia. Hey, good looking. What you got cooking? Are you cooking something up for me? If it's fish, I don't like fish. I really am not a fish fan. Cook up something else for me. Why don't you cook a pheasant for me? If you're cooking things. Who here's ever eaten pheasant? I have never eaten it. I would like to eat pheasant. I would like to eat it with holiday side dishes. Stuffing, cranberry sauce. Yeah, it takes one day of sleep to get ruined. I know. This is that day for me. I've been doing a pretty good job at this. I didn't get any sleep last night. I got an appointment with Cameron later today. But, I'm 10 days into the month, and it's like I haven't even exceeded my dosage any day, I don't think. I might have taken 3 one day, but I don't think I did. I think I haven't taken any more than my prescribed dosage on any day. That's very strange for me. Oh, you've eaten boar and moose back in a day. So you ate them both on the same day. I like the level of specificity there. You were going to say back in the day until you realized I actually had them on the same day, and you fixed it. I appreciate that. I'm happy to eat boar and pheasant, but I'll never eat a boorish pheasant. That sounds like a nobility joke from the olden days. The Count of Joking theme made that joke. I'll gladly eat this boar and pheasant, but I'll never treat a boorish peasant. French. That's very French of you, Eric. I know. I was born to French. French kiss? No. French hug. A French hug instead of French kissing. French hugging is kind of like French kissing, except instead of your tongue, it's your penis. I like it a lot better than French kissing. That's true. You're speaking a little bit of truth there, Winston's mom. That nobody can deny. That nobody can deny. You're speaking a little bit of truth there. That nobody can deny. Well, I mean, you can deny it. It's not forbidden, but I wouldn't advise it. That's a sort of denial. They'll take your smile down a mile to the dump. The old saying goes. Don't even glance in my direction unless you already know for sure you want to take it up in the ass. Otherwise, you're just trying to lead me on. Your time on the EC-135 might have something to do with radars and sonars. Well, I was on the short-lived Ranar and Sodar projects until they realized they'd gotten the names wrong. And we all got fired. A surveillance place. Ace is the place with the great surveillance place. I mean, surveillance doesn't really bother me. I'm not quite sure why everybody gets so worked up about it. I agree entirely that to whatever extent, some parties can be surveilled. The surveilling parties should be surveilled as well by the surveillees if they want to, I don't care because I have absolutely nothing to hide. I mean, besides all the dead bodies, of course, but I think I've got most of them stashed away safely at this point. I mean, you can't make it. You can't make a genocide without breaking a few eggs, It's just how it works. Of course, I'm going to have at least a couple of mass graves around. That just goes with the territory. That's why they came up with that saying. You can't make a genocide without breaking a few eggs. Yes. Or genocide's always predicated on egg breakage? Yeah. Is it like you use the eggs on some sort of chemical weapon or something? No, it's a metaphor, not literal egg breakage. I mean, you can't commit genocide without killing a few people. You know, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Okay, why are we committing this genocide again? Oh, you didn't hear? They tested wrong on the agenda test. Yeah, I tested their ideology. It turns out, get this. They're one of those identity politics types. I see. Isn't Hansen into genocide? Forced breeding? I don't know. I like forced breeding is the antonym. Okay, so chemicals can help, right? That's why I took a couple pills here. It's fine. I'm ready for this little bit of stretching my SI out of bed. It's fine. It's I gotta push it too hard. It's important to periodically stretch, on eat and drink liquids and stuff. Well, don't eat the liquids, but drink them. I mean, you can eat the liquids. But doctors advise against it. Come on, coffee. Big bucks, no whammies. I think it would be funny, enjoyable, hilarious, remarkable, a delight to everyone if aliens came down and their only concern was trying to get as many human women to be impregnated as possible. So basically, their only concern was trying to make everybody have sex all the time. They come down, like, greetings, I am Gork. Can you please hit that shit? What? We would like you to reproduce. Oh. Okay, I guess. It will bring interstellar peace. No, you must take off that condom. Why? You must reproduce. Okay. Wait, don't I have a say in this? Julie, it's for interstellar freedom. You are Gork. Don't I get to choose who? We have no time to impregnate the human female. God, who knew this was how it was going to turn out? You say you want our technologies. You must reproduce. Okay, Gork. Jesus. Well, I'm having a hard time getting it up with you standing right there, frankly. This accent is not robotic where I come from. I am known to have a very mellifluous tone of voice. Wow, nice use of mellifluous, Bork. Thank you. Before being sent on this mission, I had to master human languages 1 through 7. Oh, what's number 7? Latin. It really hasn't come in handy. They made you say Latin, huh? That sucks. Please begin reproduction. Okay, Cork, can you give us some privacy? I must confirm reproduction. Do you need to film it? Yes. Okay, do you really need to get that close up? Reproduce with her mouth now. Well, hold on a second. Are you just making pornography? Interstellar piece depends on your reproducing with her mouth. You can't reproduce with her mouth. Try anyway. Julie, look, I mean, you heard the man. Okay, I guess. Tell him to fuck your face. What? Cork? It's important for interstellar peace. Okay, fuck my face. But make it believable. Hilarious. Hilarious jokes. Next, go, like the Japanese girls do. Wait a second. Cork, are you really an alien? Yes. We flew here on our flying saucer. For what, though? We saw your behavioral videos. Oh. Your world introduced us to incognito browser windows. Yeah, you see, what happened first is the human ambassadors didn't understand what the aliens wanted. And they said, oh, here, these are our production facilities. And Gork said, no, you idiot, reproduction facilities. In a really kind of a rude way. Hold on a second, stop the car. What is it, Gork? Hey, excuse me. Yes? Stop, girl. I am Gork. Everybody knows that aliens sound like robots. It's well established. If you've done any research on alien accents, you will note that the old aphorism is true. Just as possession is 9/10 of the law, so too are aliens. They're 9/10 of the way to a brighter future. Why is this future that we're currently standing in so dark? Well, because we're constantly on our way to a brighter future. That's why. I want to get to a place where We need to get to a dimmer future because we went overboard, and everyone's being blinded by the brightness of the future. I think some countries need reproduction leaders. Smart, experienced people who inspire people to reproduce. No. Out self, every country just needs their own team of Johnny Appleseeds, whose job it is to patriotically fuck their way across the country. I'm sorry, ma'am. I wouldn't normally be so forward, but I'm a patriot. Patriot of what? Your ass. Oh. Hey, but you're not going to make any babies in there, mister. All right, fine. You said you're going to take me out to dinner, too. Okay, fine. But we're going to the wrong hole. I hate that place. Why? Everything's made out of assholes. I was musing in the car earlier tonight. I don't know if I've already told you about it. I saw this billboard, and it's like, get your baby a healthcare checkup billboard or whatever. And I was like, a camera angle makes the baby look so small and the mom looks so big in the billboard, right? And I was like, I wonder, if you laid the baby down flat, it would be even smaller. I wonder how many babies you have to stack up to be as tall as me. Assuming you got the flattest babies you could find, and you stacked them by head towing, because otherwise it's going to start getting like this, and it's more and more like this as the head side gets taller and the feet side gets shorter. So Rachel and I were speculating about this in the car. If we were to go to, a newborn incubation room and say, hey, can we borrow 20 of your flattest newborns? Would it be enough to have a stack of babies as tall as me, laying them out as flat as you can, on top of each other? Find flattest babies? The flattest babies are the smallest unit of measurements, smallest number of whatever unit of measurements from back to front, not from top to bottom, right? That's long. This is flatness. Okay? So you go through the babies and you find the ones that are flattest to begin with, because that's I'm not sure if we can get to, I'm not convinced it's going to take 20. I think it might take fewer. I made the boast that I bet it would take at least 20 babies. I was talking at least 20 babies to be as tall as me. Which means I'm 20 times taller than a supine baby. At least 20 times taller than that. That was my bold claim. But until we do the experiment, I'm sure that if I had all the right paperwork designed by all the right people, I could go into some hospital and successfully requisition 10 or 20 babies to test this theory out on. Simulation exists for a reason. No, just the flattest you can naturally find. Let's say there's 40 babies in the nursery. Some of them are going to be a little bit thicker. Some of them are going to be a little bit flatter, right? You want to get the 20 flattest ones. That's what I'm saying. Because I'm trying to say, my fear is if we get the thicker babies, we're going to get 14. And then, oh, you big talk, Eric. You said you're 20 babies tall. You're only 14 babies tall. And then I'm going to feel like I've lost this whole battle. And I'm going to be obviously deeply, warmly ashamed for the rest of my life. As it should be. As it should be when one's ego about one's height and flat babies is greater than one's reality can cash. You know, the check it writes. There are checks, there's cashing. There's who's writing and what's cashing. And if it's cashing. No, yeah, that would be unfair. Now, look, I'm not saying that taking advantage of the natural flattening that's going to occur to the bottom baby by the weight of the 9 babies on top of it isn't fair. That's fair, but that's naturally occurring flattening. You can't pre-flatten, you can't put any weights on them. That's cheating. What you can do is recruit like college football, you know. Obviously, if you're not a good recruiter, you end up with a lot thicker babies. Nobody's going to win a baby stacking contest like that. What is this thing you guys are talking about? This scaring the kid with a song or whatever? I really don't like those videos where like I'm gonna jump out and scare them and startle them. I don't like those kind of things. It must be Ace Flat SC. I think that's not cool. Don't do that. Well, the problem is, utter self. Heretofore, in general, the baby stacking community has gotten a lot of pushback from the mothers, frankly. Not only are they not cooperating during their pregnancies, but some of them have even challenged the legitimacy of my paperwork requisitioning their babies for this purpose. I say, look at the signature. Call them if you want. You know, women. New mothers, they're all think their baby's going to break at the slightest little touch, you know. Look, there's absolutely nothing wrong with newborns participating in a good baby stacking, okay? I did, I'm sure people stacked me when I was a baby. You know, it's a natural thing to do. They're so stackable. The video is someone throwing metaphorical pie in someone's face. It's very much like the horse race girl cartoon that I'm watching. It's just so damn silly. I don't know what to do about it. All right. I'm going to mute it so I don't get copyrighted. That seems like an ISTP dad. It's pretty funny, I guess. Yeah, but I don't like those videos where some people jump out and scare somebody. I don't like those ones. You know. Pranking a little kid by giving him a present that turns out not to be for them is kind of mean, really. Society for putting things on top of other things. That sounds pretty funny too. Idea for a baby delivery system: a big centrifuge loaded with a bunch of pregnant women about to deliver, or in the centrifuge will put a lot of pillows. Maximum birth. Well, here's I'm going to segue off what you said there, yourself. I'm thinking maybe the centrifuge can be used to separate the flattest babies from the least flat babies. If we can sort the babies by flatness with the centrifuge, then that would make sense. I waited 13 years for this opportunity to see if I'm 20 babies tall. You're trying to tell me now I can't stack any of these babies. Why? I know they're newborns. They're babies, right? Okay, I'm not going to throw them around the room. I get that they're fragile, okay? I'm just stacking them. Like Pringles. Okay, you say you can't allow it, but I have the proper paperwork. I've requisitioned these. I got it signed by my supervisor. I got it signed by the county supervisor. I got it signed by his assistant. I went down and had the fire marshal confirm that it's not a fire hazard. You're not supposed to. I did all the regulatory hoops. Now, please, you're in violation of law. I need to requisition these babies. Well, sir, I'm a registered nurse. You're about to be a registered offender, ma'am, for interfering with state business. You're not with the government, sir. But I got approved by them. For what? Baby stacking, of course. God, when did the state of California start licensing this? It used to be you could just stack babies any old way, but now you gotta have a license. The thing is, a lot of people get confused. They think I'm talking about the bad kind of baby stacking. The bad kind of baby stacking is the one where it's speed stacking, and they have to pile them up in these different kind of shapes, and then that's where the babies get hurt. I just need to stack them up so I can measure myself against them. It's a very different thing. That's probably what she was thinking. She thought I was talking about like that, speed stacking. Well, I mean, I don't know. We'll have to talk to engineering about that ourselves. I don't claim enough expertise to be sure to be. I mean, maybe we just sort by slot size. You have different size slots, and the smaller ones come first. If a baby fits through it, great. If not, it bounces off the top of it. If it fits in this next slot, great. If not, it bounces off the top of it. Oh, it fits through the next slot. And that can sort the babies like that. If you play this sound, your husband boyfriend will come. Okay, I'm clickbait. That's funny. It's true. It's so true that it's false. And so false that it's true. What am I doing right now? Nothing. I'm doing absolutely nothing. Except wasting all of our lives. I should go lie down for a while. Now is the time to lie and sigh before I go right and pie. I should go. I'm just not doing anything. I mean, Outer Self's already begun work on the birth of Scrooge. And what have I done? I just sat here and spat out ideas. How we need to make this happen. Here's what I'm thinking, Outer Self. Just a thought. It might be easier to go find babies to stack in Mexico. But we'll have to see about the thickness and thinness. Where do you think they're going to have the flattest babies? What country would have the flattest babies? Would it be the country that has the flattest topography? Yeah, it's pretty funny. And it's funny. I read that as just like, for whatever reason, I don't know why. I immediately read it as, Eric, you've been live streaming too long. You should take a break or something like that. Instead, it's the opposite. You should live stream for 10 hours, which is nice. I don't like being told to take care of myself. I don't mind being told to take terrible care of myself. Mountainy areas, flattest babies thrive there. See, that's contraindicative to me. It's counterintuitive. You know, it's like, I would think that since Kansas is the flattest state, that's probably where the flattest babies come from. The run time currently is 3 hours and 36 seconds, 36 minutes, and 05 seconds. I know, that's true. It's fortunate to have the choice to do nothing. Take away my freedom to assemble. Take away access to my face. Take away my place I can go in. Take away my can of mace. But whatever you do, no matter how bad, no matter how terrible, no matter how sad, there's just one thing that you cannot do. You'll never take my right to do nothing away from you. Width can be a problem if they're not the same width, because if they aren't the same width, it doesn't have to be a problem. You just need to stack them widest to the least wide. If you have a lot of differentiation between your widest baby, who's like this but very flat, and your narrowest baby, who's like this but also very flat, then that one needs to be on top, right? But the good news is, even if you don't stack it properly exactly and it topples over, babies are famous for having very bendable bones. They'll be fine. Maybe put a towel down on the ground or something if it's hard tile, or a couple of towels maybe. So it sort of soften the blow if they land, but I really wouldn't worry about it. Babies are always falling out of like 7-story buildings, landing on their face on the cement and being just fine. Happens like every day. I was walking down the street the other day, downtown LA. I saw a baby fall from the top floor of a skyscraper. Landed straight onto the concrete steps leading into the subway. Slid all the way down onto the subway tracks. Got run over by a subway. Looked a little shaky and said, "Wah!" And somebody grabbed it and pulled it back up. Anybody lose a baby? It's perfectly fine. Have you ever worn heels? Yeah, I would. I've worn them before, and since I know what I've worn them as a kid. Like I remember my friend Kelly and I coming over, and I guess I was sort of following our lead of dress up, but we go through my mom's clothes and put them on. I mean, we were naked a lot together. we were. It was weird around here. There was a lot of. I don't think it was bad at all. It was strange. There was a lot of like the children left unsupervised. There was a lot of undressing going on, you know. I mean, we were completely unsupervised, and that's what we chose to do. So, I mean, how can I feel badly about it? I don't think anybody felt like pressured or whatever or anything. But Kelly and I used to play like naked time all the time. I don't know if that's normal for babies or what, but not babies. Like we were like 8 or something. I don't know, 7, 8, 9, 6. It happened throughout my childhood in various contexts. It's surprisingly, storks are actually really bad at carrying flat babies. They're much more tuned to the round ones. It's because of that bag they have. It's not made for flat babies. Teacher of mathematics, I'm looking for how to convert feet and meters into piles of babies. A pile of babies is 10, a bushel of babies, and then a peck or two again. Thanks for babies aplenty. Stack the flat ones up from here into the ceiling. What a high stack of babies. Damn, that is appealing. Seeing them so flat and true, serving such a stacky roll. Let me now go measure you and see how many babies tall you are. That is to say, when they're laid flat, of course. The thing is, it's like, what would I do? It would be different than this, because I wouldn't have anybody to talk to if I weren't doing this. I could go take a bath, get in bed for a little bit, potentially. I just took some speeds. I just took Steve's speeds from Christopher Reeves. Just brooding here won't do any good, but brooding's more and more my style. I seek the cheery ways of standing where we stood, 'cause I've been stuck here a while. And that's despite a natural selfishness that makes it easy to have fun. But flutters in the gut become a fist as all my visions come undone. I tried to string distractions in the afternoon away, but having new realities are breaking every day, and for a bit I am out of it. For reasons still unsaid, still I need to get out of me what's inside my head. It seems like everybody's so sensitive, so ready to just get mad. Seek the civil ways of living like a kid, 'cause who wants to be the dad? Have we lost our sense of scope and scale, our capacity to laugh, the sense to know when not to wail, and how to sit the golden path? I tried to string distractions in the afternoon away, but having new realities are breaking every day, and for a bit I am out of it. For reasons still unsaid, still I need to get out of me what's inside my head. And still I'm sad, so sad for me, so sad for her unhappily. What you call sorrow, I call home. Blues that sink clear down to the bone. Still I'm sad, still I'm sad, sad for me, sad for her unhappily. And what you call sorrow, I call home. Blues that sink clear down to the bone. Still I'm sad, sad for me, sad for her unhappily. What you call sorrow, I call home. Blues that sink here down to la. Na. That's how it's supposed to end. I usually play it wrong, but it's supposed to really supposed to end like that. It's supposed to be evocative of ghosts. I hope it works. I hope you're feeling my vibe. Are you feeling my vibe? Is it make out of vibe? I have a feeling that which royal is most racist question is going to do well as a poll. Alexander the Great is running away with Who Leads Your Armies. Winston's mom, did you vote on that one? Who leads your armies? Is it Alexander the Great? I'm surprised Stonewall Jackson only gets 8%. My vote is Stonewall Jackson because Napoleon was more of a like an overarching mastermind, not really a field general. Alexander the Great, a little bit more of an empire builder. Attila the Hun, his tactics are more like, they're very steps specific. And Genghis Khan, same problem. I would go Stonewall Jackson. He has a horse. He's not afraid to sit there in the midst of gunfire. So, that's why he got his name. Look at Jackson sitting there like a stone wall. Oh, sure, he's a Confederate general. But the thing is, that's one of the advantages of getting Stonewall Jackson. He comes with slaves. Hilarious. Hilarious. Eric, have you always been so hilarious? No. Been a work in progress for a long time. The thing is, of course, if we were to imagine that it could ever possibly be a good idea to socially engineer the world, to communitarianize the world or whatever, which obviously it wouldn't, but if we were to imagine it being so, then what you'd have is this determination, and let's say it was done kindly, which is to say there's no inherent bias against any type. It's just that breeding's controlled, and we figured out how to get the type we want to get out of the parents. By adding, if you add red food color, it turns into an ENFJ. If you add green food color, it turns into a whatever, So, in that case, if I was compelled to construct the architecture of this thing, I would say, all right, look, we want to grandfather out mostly, maybe maintain 20% of our current population of ESFPs. And probably, no offense, probably the same thing for ENFPs. We want to up the population of ESTJs. You might think, but ESTJs are assholes. They're the ones who get everything done in life. They're the most helpful type, really. And you get bad attitude with it, but they actually help you. So let's boost the number of ESTJs. Let's boost the ISTJs too. They're always helpful sidekicks. We're going to keep the number of ENTPs and INFJs the same because there's already very few of them. We're going to cut back a little on the INTPs and INFPs, not a lot, cut back by about 20% because, even more than ENTPs and INFJs, they're ultimately baggage on society, right? So, we're not going to go overboard with the cuts. We're going to make some cuts. We're gonna leave the ENTJs at their current amount. We'll increase the amount of INTJs some. We'll increase the amount of ISFPs to some to make up for some of the loss of ESFPs. So we're going to lose a lot of ESFPs. And then the only place that they aren't completely incredibly rare is around here. ENTJ. Right, we can keep the same amount, I think. Now, let's talk about your SFJs. Let's increase the, we have a lot of ESFJs already, but let's go ahead and boost it by about 10% and cut the ISFJs by about 10%. Remember, we're maximizing the useful people and minimizing the useless people like us, NTPs, because that means fewer of us have to rely on more of you. Anyway, ESTPs, I think fine amount right now. ISPs, I think it's fine amount. We just keep those percentages the same. Who have I forgotten? Anybody? I think I got them all. Yeah. Well, ENFJs. I didn't get the ENFJs. ENFJs, maybe we can cut that population a little bit. So what we're going to do is we're going to leave INFJ and ENTP alone. We're going to cut ENFJ a little bit. We're going to cut INTP some. We're going to cut, not too much. We're going to cut INFP a little bit more than INTP probably. And we'll boost the STJs. We can kind of leave ISTJ alone. Boost ESTJ, boost ESFJ because they're the most useful to everybody. And try to keep it wouldn't be bad to cut down on HPs, and I think as well. Intuitive types do best when they're rare because what they're doing is so much less concretely useful, or at least explainable as useful. So I don't know what I'm saying. That's the NTJs. They're too ambitious and cunning. Well, I'm not sure how many of them there are right now. And there are times when ENTJs can be just the ambitious, cunning, leader-ish kind of thing you need, For example, that one time you were lost in the wilderness and you just fall into the quicksand leaf trimmer, and that ENTJ was training for his marathon and he paused and pulled you out of the quicksand, remember? Thank God for that, ENTJ. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now. You'd be dead. So remember that next time you talk shit about ENTJs. Your message to Diamond was deleted. Was it something like, dear racial slur, I think you're a country without a re. All right, we'll cut down on ENFJs. That's fine. There are none of them around right now to complain. I think it's not a bad idea to up the ISFPs just because it's like substantially dampening down the number of ESFPs and increasing the number of ISFPs. Short-term meaningless sexual relationships become much less toxic. ISFPs do that much better than ESFPs. So it's like everybody gets their fling ISFP, I think everybody's got to go through their fling with an SFP at some point. I mean, that's just how it is. Especially if you're a dude, but I'm sure if you're a chick as well. You will end up, there's plenty of types I've never had sex with. I've never had sex with an INTJ. No, was she? No, she's probably ISTJ. I've never had sex with an INTJ. I've never had sex with an ENTJ or an ESTJ. Or an ISTP or an ESTP. Or an INTP. Those were all the types I've never had sex with. There was 7 of them. So that means 9 of them I have. ISFJ, ESFJ, INFJ, INFP, ISFP, ISFP, ISFP. I've had sex with an ESFP, ENFJ, that's it. 9 different types. I've had sex with 9 of the 16 different types. How many of the 16 different types do you think you've had sex with? I believe myself to have had sex with 9 of them. One girl I remember, I'm pretty sure in retrospect, she was an ENFJ. That one's maybe a reach. But and there's this other girl who I guess could be ESTP, but I saw her as probably another ENFJ. You know you're with an ENFJ when she says, "Talk dirty to me. Tell me how stupid my past is." Say what? Insult my memories. Insult my past. Your childhood was dumb? Not like that, like this. Stop clinging to that stupid garbage called your past. You garbage clinger. That turns me on. Okay. Stop clinging to that garbage you call your past, you garbage clinger. Okay, Eric, you're not reading these lines right. Who are you? I'm the cameraman. When did we have a cameraman come in here? I invited him, okay? Why? Well, I want to film this so you can learn something afterwards. Learn what? You know, adult things. What do you mean learn adult things? You don't really know what you're doing here. Okay, you know what? I'm kind of increasingly convinced nobody does. Conversations with myself. An adventure in learning. Dumb girl falls for edgy guy. Look, I think we really need to talk about that word dumb some. You know, it's like if you really just don't get intuition very well, you may conclude that Rachel's not a particularly bright girl, right? She's got some ditzy qualities to her, and She's not going to win the MacArthur grant, right? But she's remarkably insightful, and she often says things that I find revelatory of a much deeper level of understanding than I expect, because I too still kind of underestimate her. It's important for us also to remember that affect is not being, and also that our quick heuristics for what comprises intelligence as displayed in affect is even further from reality. So, we have a lot of conversations about tropes in anime. And so it's kind of fun watching the cognitive functions play out. We both intuited from this scene, from the very obvious clues, that the girl was going to win the fight. The reason the girl was going to win the fight was because this other girl had bet on the guy, and this was an ongoing story thing where the other girl had money and then did something dumb and lost it all. And then got a bunch of money and then did something dumb and lost it all. It's like an ongoing thing, right? So that was one factor. But just in general, the way the various clues and cues indicated in that scene, I concluded that the girl was going to win, the guy was going to lose. And so, it's the end of the episode, ready to go to the next episode. And I sat and I talked to Rachel about how that's my intuition on that. And that seems pretty obvious, blah, blah, blah. We get into the next episode. In the middle of it, they toss out another clue of sorts that is basically reminds the viewer that it's at least possible for the girl that they're trying to buy the freedom of to have her freedom bought with either the winnings that the girl's going to win by winning, or with the winnings that the bettor is going to win if the guy wins, right? So at that point, when I realized, oh, there's another trope this could be instead of the girl winning because it's that sort of time in the character's development and because this girl bet on him. Instead, it's going to be the trope where he wins, but she still doesn't get to keep any of the money because she has to spend it to free this slave girl because the guy won't let her keep it, And you think, no, we can't. Not when she's a slave. We have to buy her free. So, anywho, where were they going with this? Someplace extremely important. Was it my state capitol building? Probably not. I hope you all are making preparations for International Tease Catherine Favre Day. No, I'm not still streaming, Skygear. This is just the residue from the lag from when I was streaming. It's slow residue this morning. I think somebody accidentally put some maple syrup into it. I could probably use a little bit of a nap. A little bit of one. But on the other hand, a huge nap could cause everything to fall apart. From the walls to the floors to the dolls to the doors. My sister went to Saudi Arabia. With her boyfriend, and a guy in the desert nonchalantly offered his 2 camels for my sister to my sister's boyfriend. And did your sister's boyfriend reject the offer? Now, the way you play that is, here's how you finish that up, please, Trimmer. No, look, this is how you finish that up. I'm really mad. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love the camels, but he should have gotten at least 3. That's how you finish the joke. Camels are just lowballing? I didn't know that. Well, they say 1 camel is worth its weight in its height in stacked babies. That's, I think, the conversion, right? However many stacked babies it takes to make the height of a camel, then weigh the babies, that's how much the camel weighs. You don't like them. You have a intense, volatile relationship with them, okay? You both hate them and can't stop loving them. There's conflict within you. It's all because of their hump. Makes me wish I had a hump. Store water in there. Have people hold on to it when they ride me. Go to Yemen. I hear Yemen is beautiful this year. Anybody with Yemeni travel plans? Nobody? No Yemeni travel plans? Anybody doing Iran? No? Pakistan? It might seem a little premature, but from what I hear, Syria is really starting to come back and offer a lot of the wonderful experiences for travelers that Syria has always been known for. Syrian President Bashar al-Assad, he's the kind of guy that says, don't worry about the mess, we're remodeling. And you believe him. Oh, this is an interesting floor. What materials are you using? The bones of my people, he said. I said, no wonder it's so white. When I first joined the Ba'athist Party, boy, was I disappointed. Apparently, they all take showers. I said, why do you call yourself the Ba'athist? And I said, well, we do advocate pro-bath legislation. We just personally don't prefer to take baths. I'm like, okay, you hypocrites. And I walked right out of there. Got some good news for you, Diamond. That's actually really beneficial for California's pistachio industry. Silver lining. Now, I do understand, of course, when you hear these explosions, it sucks because of all the raw pistachio. Most explosions, you run the risk of getting shrapnel, which are little pieces of metal. Generally, those are fine. Those will just sit in your body. They'll get along just fine with it. But pistachio nuts are known to cause infection at a nearly 100-time rate of, say, rancid maggot swarming feces. So that's pretty high. Replace all with the state. Well, as I've explained before, any ideology that tries to subsume the secular, in other words, tries to subsume winning the argument with some magical thinking frame, is guaranteed to collapse into corruption and totalitarianism. Because since the justifications are all arbitrary, since it's magical thinking, it just correlates exactly with whoever has the most power, has the authoritative interpretation on the multiplicity of interpretations that can be made from their magical thinking books. There's no need for consistency within the books, just between the words of the judge and the words of the book. So if in fact a judge can cite two inconsistent things, then the decision's arbitrary. He cites whichever one he wants. They're both absolutely true, and nobody can argue against it because it's God's word, right? So it's unavoidably the case that any society that subsumes the secular with the sacred is going to be it's going to be a problem child, right? It's like those individuals are going to have a very, very, very hard time shaking their childish paradigm and adopting a meaningful place at the table with grown-ups, right? Because they have to reject so much that's implicit in their own culture before they can do that. But I mean, that's where we all need to be grown-ups, We need to take responsibility for what we need to take responsibility for, and they need to take responsibility for what they need to take responsibility for. Most importantly, everybody needs to stop lying and faking and slinging agenda tests and stuff. People need to tell the truth. When's the last time you really heard the truth? Somebody really attempting to speak the truth, and equipped with the tools to do it correctly, as a predominant voice. It's been a while, so since there's been a reasonable person around talking publicly about things. I'm surprised that I'm not hearing my message from anybody else, right? So it's kind of a very distinct message, and apparently, tragically, depressingly, appears to be primarily my own sourcing, which is what? Which is 2 parts scrotum, 1 part angel feathers. That's how you make a scrotum angel feather pie. I mean, of course, you got to get a crust too. Are you advocating freedom of speech? I mean, absolutely. What I'm advocating is properly distinguishing between things you can critique, words and actions, and things you can maybe even condemn, words and actions, things you can punish, usually just actions, occasionally words, and ways that you can use words well or poorly. So my main complaint about that video that Poopy Pants did about the masks was not his position on the masks, which he said almost nothing. It was his failure to address any of the meaningful points. That was the problem. I think it's actually a very good video. I guess it's uploaded. I wonder if I can upload and publish a video while I'm live streaming at the same time. I've probably tried this before, but I don't remember whether I could. Oh, Harry and Meghan. You'd have been better off just being Harry and Meghan. I mean, what I'm saying is, instead of that, Harry would have just been better off marrying Hagen than harrying Meghan. No, he would have been better off harrying Meghan and marrying Hagen. Hagen being his manservant. What's this video about? I just uploaded. It's like, oh yeah, it's a response to Home Friends' video. Asks, arguments, bonuses, and yogurt. This video is a response to Homie's video. I should know. Homie makes a legit attempt to bridge a divide. To speak to those who dislike masks, at least for a while, with respect and recognition of their feelings. This is not enough, but he ought to be lauded for doing much better than most at attempting a balanced critique of the matter. I believe he wants a world where people on either side of the COVID issue can actually communicate. Now, where's Homie's video? Mask guy. I guess I can look at my history. Find out what happened last. Go to history. To find out what happens next, go to future. History. Well, what was I just watching? What am I looking for? Oh, that video where the dude who did the thing. There it is. Masculinity. Zero sum game.
Coughing up.
Coughing up. You're coughing up little things. It's gross. Let's just be this guy's primary position on the matter. Let me put this. Yeah. Let me put this. Oh, no. Let me put what? Where? Let me put that. Yo. Let me put things inside of me that I never would put inside of you. Like this porcupine or two. And 100 more if you want to put things inside my butt. Please make them large, spiny, a butt in against buildings that have abutments as well. And that's why I'm in my abutment hell. He seems nice. I hope I do. I hope I seem nice too. But, you know, sometimes the best laid plans of mice and men as former Dodger broadcaster Van Scully would so frequently say, was so often declaimed by the immortal Van Scully. But asterisks. Most experts agree disagree with my assessment of Ben's mortality. Most doctors. Note, please. I think he'll let you know. Okay, I know. We have to just do this. Pow. Alex. No, I don't want that part though. So I need to, yeah, and then yeah. Now let me just try this part. No, just this part. Asterisk. The most powerful punctuation mark since the double-legged umlaut. Wild double-legged umlaut. Masks. Arguments. Zero-sum games. Mask arguments. I should call this. Zero-sum games. Mask arguments. Okay, that seems nice. I'm going to put this here with the pew. I'm going to put this here with the pew. And I'll put this, that's fine. I'll reserve for here the pew. And there we go. I'm going to end this stream now.